Okay. When we last left off, you guys fought a whole bunch of Otags and came out the winner because you fought them in two different rows, two different rows instead of all of them all at once. And considering your party is level 8 and Otags are what, level 4, level 6, CR4, CR6, something like that, you're able to easily wipe them out. When we last left off, Cujo found and dismantled a noise trap at, at, at this at this cavern entrance. What? Don't lose your character when it's not your turn, please. No, it's not. And but the thing is, we're still doing for the duration of being in the caves. We're doing turn by turn, just in case. It'll just save a lot of headaches for me. You did not hear anything, Cujo. It just sounds like a cavern. The only thing you really hear is the people around you making noise. Well, scouting out would either be you or Yuki, being the two main scouts of the party. Just a reminder that in character, there's no such thing as experience points. The only thing you might be squabbling about would be like the gold. Out of character, you know that the dwarf is a major experience thing that only exists in your party because you don't have a tank. Otherwise, yeah, because you've got a skeleton. By the way, Sarah, your microphone seems to be cutting in and out. I could only make out half of what you just said. Hi, War Master. There we go. You think she's kidding, but she actually isn't. Yeah, you don't want another repeat of the Aleph incident. I'm only responding to what, Durak, I'm only responding to checks on your turn. And right now it's still Kujo's turn. He's discussing with Yuki who's going to go next. Okay. So Kujo, your turn is finished. Okay. So direct round, I'm not going to do all of your checks. Let's see, from your position, pretty much the only thing you see is the bodies, the piles of trash and effluent and broken bones that are everywhere. You don't see anything else that seems to be moving besides your party, and you don't hear anything else. Would you like to move, or would you like to defer the rest of your turn until Yuki goes? Alrighty. Samantha, are you going to do anything, or would you like to defer until Yuki? Yeah, but it's still not going to do anything. There's nothing. Only the rest of your party is going to notice anything in that room. Uh-oh. As Tarek attempts to move one step, he stumbles over his own feet and goes sprawling into a pit of regurgitated food. Congratulations, you're now covered in stink. Don't eat that, Lyra. He's already used his cleanup spell. Yeah, that's how you guys got around the Otogs suddenly attacking you. One or two of you covered yourselves in stink to sneak up on the big Otog. Tormenta, would you like to do anything this round, or would you like to defer till Yuki goes? Uh, okay, is Dagat going to do the same? I think Sarah's saying. Oh, Dagat missed. Okay. Uh, Cujo, what would you like Anciano to do? Okay. Now Yuki, it's your turn. Yuki, what are you pointing at? Okay. Yeah, you're next to Cujo. You see another small passageway leading leading away from this room. Then not the way you originally came. You just hear a slight breeze. A slight breeze as air moves from the entrance to caves and filters through these rooms. All right. If you you can move as your normal combat moves. Plus, of course, you'd have to move silently to be moving silently before you start moving, and roll your search checks before you start moving. And I'll tell you if you found anything on the way. Okay. By the way, is that light dark vision, or is that an actual light source coming off of Yuki? Okay. Thank you for letting me know. You already moved with your light source. You would have had to have declared that before you started doing that. Are you going to roll, Yuki? Are you going to roll any other checks before? Okay, spot check. Spot check reveals slight movements in this area. You see some shadows shifting as the light hits that area. It looks like there's something moving in that direction. You don't hear anything though. It's just like a movement out of the corner of your eye. Okay. Now what would you like Anciano to do? How much tea does he have? Or is that the part of his infinite rations thing? Well, I think it's just like rations as in base nutrition and tea is something special, but we could just pretend it's infinite tea for now until he says otherwise, like the standard regular tea. Tormenta, what would you like to do? What thing? There's a bunch of, there's a bunch of corpses littering this chamber from the otags you slaughtered. All right. What will you have? What will you have Tipo do? All right. Sarah, what would you like to do? I can't make out what you said, Sarah. You might have to type it. You kept. Yeah, I still don't understand what you said. Seems to be so far. Aww. Well, there. Tipo's not going to suck up the XP anymore, then, right? Okay. Tipo is now removed from the party. Tipo is going to be treated like the kobolds that Strun currently has surrounding her. They're there and have some stuff that they can do later, but at the moment they're not taking up your XP. Nah, then Strun will prevent it anyway. You cannot do the same with the dwarf since the dwarf belongs to Anciano, and Anciano is currently unable to join us tonight. So, what would you like to have the dwarf do? Okay, dwarf is just going to stand there next to Anciano since you can barely move anyway. Cujo, what would you like to do now? Trying to figure out. Hold on, I'm gonna try something. Ah, good. Good to know. All right. Okay, so that's all Cujo's move. He just noisily wandered over to Yuki and told her all this. So now you're basically making a bunch of noise. There's a lot of noise going on. No, well that's true. Anyway, it's now the Elf Ranger's turn. Hold on, let's check your character. Shouldn't you have like low light vision or something? And Yuki has a light source, so you should be able to see. Now, hold on a second. Yeah, there we go. Listen and spot. Hey, what's the distance you can see? You can see, Elf. 60. Okay. Okay. You can see the dim outline of a rock, of this big rock here, and you see slight movement, something that appears not to be the background in this direction. Okay. Daga. Now you do. Aw, heartbroken Daga. Ah! Leave my dice bag alone! She pounced in my dice bag and a couple of dice went spinning. Yuki, your turn. Give it to Daga. Oh, sorry, that's GM talking. I shouldn't be saying anything. I'm the GM. Hold on. Ow. Hold on, guys. Ah! Hold on, guys. My cat just decided to lay sprawled out on top of my keyboard. There we go. Sorry about that. Can you see? Ooh, Yuki is now moving silently. I think hide only works if you're standing still. Yeah. hide for when you're standing still. You don't want something that's moving around to find you. Mhm. Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second, guys. Yeah, just give me 1 second, guys. I need to check something real quick. Ooh, they don't. Okay, interesting. No, don't touch the dice. Sorry, it's the only danger of having the cat laying on my desk when I'm trying to roll some dice rolls so that nobody else sees what I'm rolling. So she sees me rolling the die, and suddenly she wants it. So, Antiana is brewing tea? Alright. Tormenta, what would you like to do? Are you gonna move your character? Or can you not see? I, I'm, oh, that's where you moved to. I'm sorry, I thought you were already there. I thought you were pushing back from what you're saying, and I was looking at the 3 down there. Sarah, what would you like to do? Fanuc. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That is someone movie. You can only, the reason why he's so pathetic is because you can only move 10 feet at a time. Ooh, you're moving very quietly. He is moving very silently. You have to roll them every turn if you want to see or hear things, or find traps, or find anything interesting that might be missing. Yes. You may roll all your checks every turn if you like. No, no. Hey. It's a standard action, so you can't do it if you double moved. Nope. You do not. It all seems very quiet in here. Druk. Sorry. Okay. What are you going to do when you get here? You hear nothing, you see nothing. And do you have a light source, or is it just Dagoth at the moment? Okay. Cujo, you see what looks like a shadow moving kind of in this direction. Oh, hold on. This direction. You have to do that on your turn, unfortunately. But Dagoth. You just plotted right in there. What is the 23 for? Okay. Still. By the way, you had to roll that before you moved. Yeah, I'm afraid that's supposed to be standard. But it's because I mentioned it before. You have to roll. You have to do your roll. Your in like your rolls, like your search for traps roll. Your move silently. You have to roll before you start moving, so that I know whether or not you actually found something, or if you step on a trap while you're moving. Well, it's too late. She already moved. She already moved it. Mhm. That's why I said that the move silently didn't actually work, but you had to roll it beforehand because that's how. Anyway. So which means you didn't actually get to move silently. Therefore, anything in this cavern that you've been seeing out of the corner of your eye has now heard you and is aware of what you are and is coming for it. You don't see anything. Yuki. Yep. Yes. Ooh, spot and listen. Ooh. Okay. You said it's within 60 feet, right? Your spot checks that it works within 60 feet, right? All right. Hold on. Okay. Never mind then. Wait. Oh, actually, it is within 30 feet. All right, Yuki. As you look around and look carefully, you see something over here. Um, it's hard to tell what it is exactly, but it's clearly something alive that's trying to skulk around this big rock here. Yes, that does help. Correct. Something alive. Do you see my little ping? There. All right. So currently you're blind, is what you're saying. Okay. All right. Enciano's turn. Probably humming a little tune. Yeah, Enciano. All right. Hold on again. Hold up before you move Tormenta. No, it's I was double checking to make sure that anything moving on the GM layer was kept private. I'm just looking at my turn order, and I've got things hidden on the turn order. All right, it's Tormenta's turn. Okay, you're just following the rest of them. Sarah, what would you like to do? Are you going to be doing anything else, or are you just going to stand there? She just moved. Okay. Listen check. How far distance does listen check work? 30 or 60? She rolled a not 20, so which means anything within that realm would be heard by her. Yeah. It's Sir. Bottom line it for me. How far can you hear? Okay. All right. That helps. Okay. All right. Because you rolled a nat 20, you hear breathing in the follow beyond just the characters around, of course, other than Dagot. Dagot doesn't breathe. You also hear breathing in this direction, over here where Yuki's heading, down here. You can't see anything from that distances, whatever it is it's hiding, but you can hear distinct breathing in those locations. Yeah, you hear. What are you? What are you doing? Okay. Nothing seems to happen. I thought you double moved. Single moved. That's right. Dag. That's right. Dag got double moved. All right. So you do full turn set. What else would you like to do? Nothing. I imagine if there's magic on out of Dagot to Yuki, it shows up, but nothing magical appears to be down this way. Now we have Fanuc again, the dwarf who can barely move. Nobody tosses a dwarf. That's right. Douglas got light. All right. Cujo, what would you like to do? Ooh, good move. You're protected from Sarah then, and Daga, and maybe Tipo. But last I looked, Tormenta is neutral. That's a good one. Jarek, what would you like to do? Did you roll a hide check? Cujo, you're able to roll a hide check before you're at the end of your turn because you declared you're going to hide behind the skeleton. Nope, you completely failed hiding. In fact, you knocked into the skeleton as you attempt to hide behind him. It is now Derek's turn. Derek is stumbling on his feet. Yeah, but you're still stumbling. You're not making a complete fool of yourself, like tripping under your face, but you're still stumbling. Oh, a contented cat. You see nothing. Ooh, here. You hear breathing in this direction, over in this direction, and down here. Yep, over that direction. I didn't say necessarily square, but I didn't. Jirach, I did not actually say specific square. I just said in general direction. What will the distracting shot do? What are its effects? Show me the direction of. Okay, show me the direction of the arrow then. No. I mean, ruler. Yeah. So does the arrow have to pass to the square of something, or does it have to pass within a square of? Okay. Okay. I just wanted to double check on those questions. What if they already know where the sound's coming from? Yeah, well, I mean, if whatever you're trying to fire at or distracting arrow at is actually seeing you right now and it's got its eyes on you and it's just hiding, I'm not sure that would actually work as distraction, but you can go ahead and do that. You can't see it. It's a cavern. There are probably some stalagmites. The rocks are high enough to touch the ceiling. You can't climb on them to get up there. Uh, but it's like, because it's so dark, you really can't see it very well. No, there is no reaction to the distracting arrow. At least not in the direction you're at, anyway. Okay. Okay, that can't move either. Daga. Do you know how many times I've thrown spiders at you guys? I can't just keep throwing spiders at you guys. As much as I like spiders, it's unfair. You kill them anyway. I think the scorpions are much more fun, but scorpions can't climb on walls. Did I not just call Cujo a mist? No, this is a second skeleton. Cujo, is Daggett going to do anything else, or is the card it? Okay. Yuki, what would you like to do? Yep. Yeah, these jokers were sucking up the space. Hold on, Yuki. Move back to where you were a second. Okay. All right. I guess that's going to happen then. You're moving back there. All right. Now you can move back. I just need to make sure you weren't already in that spot. You can move your token back. All right. As hold on a second. Yeah, as you get that close to the rock, it seems to finally provoke the creature the creature or person or whatever that it is that was hiding up against it. It attempts to wrap its arms around Yuki. Don't worry, it doesn't actually. It's not very big on grabbing things. Unlike the Otug, you just happen to startle it by being in its space, and it completely fails. It falls at Yuki's feet. It fell to your feet. because it completely failed its grapple. And I rolled in that one on a grapple check on the grapple check I was doing. Take care, Leah. It was not. It's a yeah, they are. Anyway, description of actually, wait, Yuki kind of is currently in blind sense, so she can't really make out what it is. It's currently that it's fell at her feet. All right, roll for grapple. That's right. Oh, okay. You feel cool, sorry, reptilian type skin sliding across your fingers, smooth and kind of clammy. Size wise, it's about similar in size to a kobold, but it doesn't look like a kobold. It's kind of like killing a child. It's more like it's child size. It's not in heavy armor unlike the dwarf. Who knows? Kyujo is strong. I mean, Yuki is strong. Strong. I I don't know. Okay, you attempt to grab it. It slips back out of your fingers. Hold on, one second. No, it's the same size. No, it's the size of a kobold, but doesn't look like a kobold. It's rather clammy, and it has a much flatter face with a different type of tail. Nope, it's not a lizard folk either. It looks from all appearance. Actually, no. Wait. Give me either a engineering check or what is it? Nature check, maybe. Yeah, Yuki, and Kujo are within sight range of it, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Determining the specifics of it, it seems to be some kind of troglodyte, except that it's much smaller than a normal troglodyte and has slight features that could have come from. Somebody's echoing me. It has slight features that could have easily come from a kobold at some point. Ouch, headache. So, but it mostly looks like a trog. It's just smaller. And its teeth are are very sharp. You sense that this thing is hungry and wants to eat you, but you're bigger than it, so that it's hiding and waiting until it can easily ambush you. There, that's a motive for you. Alrighty. You gonna attack even after you failed to throw it? Okay. Antiana goes next. T T T T T. Give me a minute. I've got hidden movements that I have to make. Yep, hidden movements. Yeah, you can only do that on your turn, Dega. You hear it sounds like not exactly a roar, kind of like similar to the sound of a hyena makes, maybe. What? Yeah, it's kind of making a sort of cross between a roar and a hyena type sound. While it's holding its it's basically climbed out of its hiding spot because its skin tone is basically same as the cavern around it, which is why you guys don't see these things very easily. Um, unslings its bow and launches an arrow right at Yuki. Uh, the arrow falls short, swinging against the rock next to her. Yeah, okay. I still got some more movements. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Uh, I'm sorry. I guess you couldn't see it. It's down here. Flies in that direction. Yes. You hear an answering call coming from this direction over here, past the rock. Yeah, I'm glad I learned about these things with the hidden movements on GM layer. Okay, let's see here. It takes out its arrow from the darkness and wings it over towards Cujo. 13. The arrow falls short. Wow, I still roll so crappily. I don't understand it. Yeah, that's actually what they're called, Ravagers. That's what I named them. I didn't know. I couldn't find anything in the guidebook that actually called itself Ravager. So I came up with something that was a cross between a troglodyte and a kobold. Yeah. No, these are like three and a half feet tall. They're the size of kobolds. Yes. Well, no, but these are referred to as Ravagers. But well, that's what they call themselves, or what other people have called them in times past. Um. Okay. All right. Well, I know what happened with that one. Yep, it's Tormentor's turn. Oh, except for the one near Yuki. Actually, I don't think he reached to that one yet. He's too far away to launch magic missiles at any of them. That's not the skeleton. That's whatever she's rolling up. That's something she's summoning. By the by the way, these things. Yeah. By the way, these things have stench. I'm trying to find a good description of what stench does exactly. Yeah. So I said they're based on drugs. When a troglodyte is angry or frightened, it sees oily mass chemically. So nearly every form of animal life finds offensive. All living creatures except troglodytes within 30 feet of a troglodyte must succeed. DC 13 Fortitude. Yuki, you have to do DC 13 Fortitude. Forgot about that. I'm sorry. That should be easy enough. You tend to roll pretty well for those. Sorry, ever since you stepped into its square, it would have startled it enough to release stench, and I had to look up what stench did exactly. So I realized I only left what you only wrote. Yeah, you're fine. You're not nauseated. That's good. So what's Tormenta gonna do? Tormenta is still on mute apparently. Yeah, he's currently on mute because his thing kept doing that thingamajiggy, kept making noise when I spoke. High pitched echoes. Not fun stuff. We're going to give Tormenta another minute to see if Tormenta is going to notice. It's possible that Tormenta doesn't realize that his thing is on mute when it's been trying to talk to us. So we'll give him another minute, if that's okay with you guys. Okay, it seems like Tormenta is not currently here. So, Sarah, what would you like to do? And then you're going to start summoning whatever you wish to summon? By the way, how long do summons last? Okay. Alright. No, a turn is a turn is 6 seconds. Okay. Here's how I'm working this. In battle, turns are 6 seconds. If when you're walking around and doing stuff, each full turn, where everybody's moving, I'm going to count as 1 minute because you're busy searching for stuff. You're being careful as you walk, that sort of stuff. I'm going to count that as 1 minute. But in battle turns, the normal 6 seconds. What? No, what I mean is you're doing stuff like searching carefully, you're moving silently, you're doing stuff like that. When everybody's doing, not necessarily doing it at the same time because you're going in sequence. Your characters are also somewhat moving in sequence. I mean, you've got Yuki scouting ahead and relaying information, and the information being relayed relates, changes people's. You know what I mean. Anyway, what are you summoning exactly? Sweet. And where do you wish to leave it? You're gonna have to stop moving. Move your token to one. There you go. Thank you. Because you're basically. How many squares does it take up? Okay. There we go. That's fine. You can summon. You can summon two things at once. Okay. Hold on. I'm not seeing what. I have to find the special hand before I can look to see where you wish to put it. So give me a sec. Okay. Where do you want it? All right. And these will show up next round, correct? Okay. All right. Tormenta, what would you like to do? Bannock. What would Bannock like to do? Okay. Because that's where it ended up. It was except oh, that's right. 'Cause I have to rechange it. Never mind. Give me a sec. Yeah. Sorry. Then it's Kijo's turn. So that's where it was at originally, and then when Yuki startled it, got an attack of well, it was supposed to be an attack of opportunity. Duh. I'll just leave it like that. Kijo, your turn. Yeah, Yuki tried picking it up and throwing it. Didn't work. It's currently on the ground. Hell yeah. Go for it. Nope. Unfortunately, you didn't quite meet its AC. Even even with the prone, it managed to roll out of the way of your rapier. Normal AC is 19, so minus 4 is 15. Your roll was for 14. Actually, I think that would be a yes, so therefore it does get a hit for 4. Cujo, Cujo, Cujo. Alrighty. Direct. What would you like to do? It's the Sarah's spectral hand. No, the giant mantis has not appeared yet. It's what Sarah's summoning. It's just easier for me to pull it out while she's rolling it and adding it to her so she can have it for next turn. Yes, the one that Cujo just attacked. It's going to be hard to hit it with an arrow considering Cujo, Yuki are both in the way, and it's on the ground. Mhm. Yeah, but Yuki's still in the way too. Yeah, then Yuki will not be happy if you did that. Okay, that sounds like a fascinating story. But for another time. You're not gonna hurt anybody that counts. Yes. And it's bleeding. It's bleeding a tiny amount from where Kujo stabbed it. Doesn't look very hurt. It's more like bashed. Ooh. Okay, so 5 damage to start with. Roll for crit confirmation. Roll for. Oh, okay. So it's now got arrows sticking in its armor. And that was the end of your turn, correct? Okay. Something else is hidden. A hidden turn. Hold on. Yuki may or may not mind. However, the thing that you nearly walked into that was hiding has just gotten out of hiding, removes its bow, and launches arrows back at the elf. 17. I don't think that's gonna hit you. God damn it! Why did I roll so crappily? Whoa. Well, actually, yeah, nat 20 hits automatic, which is why it's worth rolling regardless of what the odds are. Okay, Dagoth, your turn. Wait, hold on. 1 second. Okay. Nope. No, that's what I was checking. Cause I was you moved into an area I couldn't see directly because I had to reduce the size of my map to be able to see everything I needed to see at one point. No, no, go back to where you were. Okay. No. Yuki, your turn. It's still alive. It's got some arrows stuck in it now, and its armor. But it looks like it's very pissed off. I think the ruling was yes. 15 damage. Nice. No. Nope, not dead. Whoa. That's a lot of damage. 24 damage. It's not that from that either, but it's showing some good wear. That's incredible. And the irony is, though I hate saying how much HP it has, but it's exactly how much HP it has now. It now has 37 HP left. So that's kind of ironic. Double critting for 37 has just brought it back. Has brought it down to 37 HP. Okay, Ravager Scout takes a 5-foot step back, and let's see. Since it's getting up from there, it can't do its full attack, but it's attempting to claw at you with its claws, which aren't very effective, but that's all it can do right now. I don't think an 18 hits. It got up and did took a step away from you, attempting to claw you as it went. Welcome back. Another 14 damage. Nice. No? Okay. Another Ravager gets out of its hiding spot. The one that was over here. And it launches an arrow over at Sarah. And misses. I am the worst at rolling. And it's Anciana's turn. Okay, it looks like all the Ravagers are visible now. What would you like Uncle Anciana to do? Nice. You're all hasted except for Daga. That's easy. Just put an indicator on you with a 6 on it and just reduce it each round. Is Anna done? Did everyone hear that? Tormenta? Alright, that's the best we can do. So that's it for Antiana? Okay, the scout, since the mantis isn't there yet, is firing an arrow over at Cujo. 14. The scout, let's see, what can it see from here? The scout can see the elf. It is firing an arrow at the elf. 9. Oh, Sarah, your mantis has now appeared. And which Ravager? The one that's badly hurt or the one that hasn't sustained injury yet? Alright. Alrighty. That's a hit. Okay. 8 damage. Let's see how much damage the bite does. Let's see the bite attack first, and then see how much damage the bite does if it lands. Lands? What's the damage? 10. Alright. What's your special hand gonna do? Alright. How much damage does that do? Yes. Wait, how much damage does it do to that thing? And aren't you concentrating on your mantis or your spectral hand? Okay. 30 feet. Now, what were you saying? That's a rock in front of you. You can't. It's isn't it line of sight? You can't see. You can't see past that rock. Does it? But what I'm saying is that don't you at least have to have line of sight? Because this is basically you're casting through, trying to cast through a wall. I'm not sure how that would work. Crap! Did I screw up on the on dynamic lighting again? Hold on a second. No, it's showing dynamic lighting on that rock. Okay. Will save. What's the DC on the will save? 22. Okay, that one fails. What did you say the negative was? Okay, so that is that one. That one succeeded. It got a net 20. Of course, the one that's half dead is the one that saves. Okay. Tormenta, it's now your turn. You can if you want to. You can pretend you don't know that it's Sarah and try to kill it. Okay. What color is it? It's kind of this grayish color. It's got some slight ridges on it that are slightly lighter color. They basically look like small trugs, except that there's some features on their facial structure, though they are almost flat faces that look like they belong to kobolds at some point in the past. It looks like basically they look like what you get if trogs and kobolds had children, and a couple generations later, this is what they look like now. Nice. And that would that also cause deafness? Okay. Is there anything else you're gonna do this turn? Sanic. Go for it. Maybe this is why Anciano took created this dwarf with the horrible movement speed because he can always haste it. 11 damage, or is that the card you're drawing? Okay. Wait, what does that mean? Hold on. Do you need me to do something or what? Oh, okay. That's what you meant. All right, I just want to check on that. $18 damage? Yes. Does it do more than 18 damage, or does it just do 18 damage? Alrighty. Alrighty. I want to double check on that. Is there anything else then it can do this turn? Then it is Cujo's turn. Yes. No dead Ravagers yet. There'll be a big X on the ground if there was one, unless it got disintegrated. You don't know their name exactly, but from your perspective, they look like some sort of small trogs. But I refer to them as Ravagers. I just needed a way to distinguish themselves from me. Okay. Welcome back. Yes, you did. How much damage do you do? Yeah, I thought that was odd too for trogs. Okay. Assuming he even makes it to next round. Daruk. Elf Ranger. What would you like Daruk to do? Yes, but who are you shooting at? Okay. And since since you fumbled the first attack, then only of all of those attacks, which means that automatically misses. Only one attack actually hit, and it did 4 damage. So we're staying on the first one. Hold on, I'm working on it individually. Do not try to give me more numbers, or else I'll get confused. Okay. All right. You kill you killed the guy that Yuki startled. Yep. The other after all of that, the next guy only got hit with 1 arrow. You basically lift this guy over here up with arrows, and then 1 arrow winged back and hit this guy. Alright. This Ravager, the stench effect misses. Okay. Sarah, Jaruk, Kujo, and Yuki, and the Mantis all have to roll fortitude checks. Kujo, you are nauseated. It's kind of like being able to survive one massive cat fart while being knocked over by the second one. It's not like it's the same exact stench every time. They're all horrible and different. No, it's a reaction to being startled. Yes. Uh, I'm ruling that if it's for the same one, each individual Ravager would have a slightly different odor, therefore a different opportunity to nauseate you. Yep, the first Ravager is the one the one that Yuki had to roll against was that. So Kujo, you're nauseated. Yuki, you're nauseated. Yeah. So it has affected 2 of you. Yes. And at that point, if you're using a potion to help you, none of the other drugs will affect you until the potion wears off, which I believe. How long does the potion last for? Okay. Well, I'm going to argue that at least to the duration of the battle, it won't be able to affect you again from any of the Ravagers in the room. Because while each individual Ravager, has its own individual scent, therefore own individual stench, a cure poison should at least be able to work the duration of a short battle, or 7 battles you go through. So, yeah. So Yuki and Kujo both nauseated. The Ravager now gets to actually move, and it's trying to fire arrows at the guy that fired arrows at it. Therefore, it is firing arrows again at over at Daruk. Miss. Dagoth. It doesn't appear to understand the card. That's right. Dagoth's the only one that's not hasted. So you moved. You pulled out a card like as if you're pulling out a rapier, and then you moved again. How would you then be able to attack? Okay. Okay. That's what I'm picturing. Suddenly gonna have its cards replaced with a deck of many things, and not realize that it's pulling them out one at a time. Just imagine what chaos could erupt from that. Yes. No. You've essentially turned, because of the amount of damage you've done to it, you've essentially reduced it into a pile of mess on the ground. It is very dead. Nothing but blood. All the bone fragments are pretty much useless. Blood and nothing else. Gore. Yes, exactly. Yep. Yuki, what would you like to do? Oh, that's right. You're nauseated. You can move, but you can't attack. It's a it's a different trog. It's got a different. Do do two humans have the same body odor? No. Yeah, because it was a completely different troglodyte that attempted to nauseate you before, and you didn't nauseate. No, you can't nauseate it again. Even it's the same one. It's just the same one. Doesn't really matter. If you want to move out of range, see where the pink is going. I put up an aura around the particular trog that's currently emanating scent. Sarah and Daruk are fine. If Tormenta, Thanos, or Anciano enter into that range, they'll have to roll a check as well. Oh, sorry, I meant to say, when I said nauseate, figured that's what the sickness was. Sorry. Okay. Because I assume that, because it's stench, it's nauseation effect. Like how I feel when my cat, farts too much. Okay. Well, this problem happening because I misspoke. I already made a GM ruling saying that any of the that it'll work. It'll work as long as this encounter lasts, which means it'll stay off any other scent traps as well with the same cure. So you won't even have to roll again for any of the next ones. But during this particular fight, anyway. Yeah, I said nauseating was my misspoke. Sorry, and I'm very sorry about that. Because just when I read it, I assumed that it meant nauseate. My brain told me when it's sickness from a stench, it's nauseation. So I said nauseate instead of sick when I was explaining it to anybody else because it translated in my head. So what are you doing? Okay. What would you like Anciana to do? There are three more left, You've only killed two of them. Is that your final answer? All right. Okay. Sorry. Like I said, my mistake. Ravager versus is shooting arrows at the mantis. 21. Hits it. Nice. Okay. 4 damage. the other Ravager Scout is doing the same thing. Oh, wait. Hold on. I forgot. Does a 20 still hit it? Mantis. Yeah. Does a 20 still hit the Mantis? Okay, then we're fine. I forgot to apply the -1 to the roll. Sweet. The other Ravager that's outside the range of Bane is also shooting an arrow out at the Mantis. 19. Another 4 damage. Who knows? And now it is your turn, Sarah. Sarah's already in range of the stench. You had to roll for her. Yeah, Sarah was already in the range of the stench. Yeah, I thought you rolled. I thought I saw you roll. I'm sorry. Because the stench range was all the way up to this rock over here. 30 feet. Okay. Alright, well, the spectral hand needs to actually be next to the Ravager then. That one's dead. That's what's next there. Alright. Can you control that many at a time? Yeah, how many undead can you control at a time? Because yikes. Does that take till next turn to revive? And how many hit points does he get? Its original hit dice. Uh, 10d8 plus 20. 10d8 plus 20, yeah. Roll it up then. Yikes. Like, it's under your control now, so you can put it to your, you can write it in there. It went up to 10 to a D12 from a D8. Nice. It can't use stench. Because stench is a biological function. It is still an armor, so it gets +2 leather, which the AC of it is 19. Because it's a small size, it's a +1 to size bonus, and a +6 natural. I'm not sure how that's affected by undead. Okay. But it's still got leather armor, and so. So +1 size, it gets +8 for the undead, and then +2 for the leather armor. Which means it's now AC of 21. Joy! Well, I gave you the AC class base, yeah. It's slightly different because it's a kind of a mashup between a Trog and a Kobold. But it's mostly Trog. Uh, Hold on, I've got a. I wish it was easy to cut and paste from this sheet. It's not exactly the same as the special breed, but I guess since it's undead, it can probably go with whatever. Like it's probably closer to the Trog settings anyway. So it'll gain or lose depending. So what is your Mantis gonna do? Silky, silky fur, silky fur, silky fur. Yes. But it might attack the elf that's over there. Miss. Hit. Crit confirmed. Yep, crit confirmed. How much damage am I taking? I was thinking that it should attack the elf. The elf's there. Nice. It and now it's Tormentor's turn. That's now under Sarah. That one there is now under Sarah's control. Would Tormentor be aware of this? Ooh, 29 damage. It looks badly hurt. Fanuc. There's currently nice. Attack of opportunity. Actually, that one in particular has been fighting recently with its claws, so I think it does. It doesn't. That yeah, it clawed at the mantis, and therefore that could be. It was what? No. Please, yeah, please stop it with it. Okay. Okay. QJ, what would you like to do? Against what? Alrighty. I cast magic missile at the darkness because I heard a scary noise. You somehow hit a Gru. It was going to eat you. Hooray! The Gru is dead! I was right to cast magic missile at the darkness. And if you don't get the reference, shame on you. No, a Gru. You've been eaten by a Gru. Zork. No, Gru, not Groot. It's spelled very differently. Dead. Holy crap! Is there a difficulty hearing anybody but me on the thing, because I'm supposed to be recording all this for posterity. Somebody just reported that they can't hear anybody but me. This is a problem if that's the case, because the okay, because that's right, because you're on there too. No, just yeah, so Blackover, you've tried muting Discord and this listening. Okay, good. I like I said, I just want to make sure of that, because like I said, I post these to YouTube afterwards. Okay. What? Small. I said they're trogs, but they're the size of kobolds, and they have very sharp teeth. Yes, they do. They have they have a bite attack listed. It's negative. It's -1 melee to the normal melee attack, though. So Kuja, you moved your character all the way down to one of the other Ravagers. Okay, just want to double check. No, that one is not stenching, so don't worry about it. Yes, exactly. Direct, it's your turn. Yuki's up here away from the stench. Yes, there's a dwarf anyway, but there's also a dead Ravager on the ground next to the mantis. You're now standing on a corpse. Can you move back a second? I need to do something with that token real quick. There you go. You can move now. He's standing on top of the corpse. What would you like to do, Daruk? I need you to ping it again because I didn't see it. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Saga. Anything else? Can I do anything else at this point? Yuki, what would you like to do? Alrighty. Well, damage. Yay. What would Anciano like to do? You gonna share tea with Sarah? No, but his tea won't kill her. Okay, this Ravager turns and attempts to claw at Yuki with a full attack. Miss. Very much miss. And it also uses its bite attack on the same maneuver. Miss. Yeah, my rolls suck. But I'm the GM, so that's fine. This one fires arrows out over at Yuki. 13, miss. Sarah. Yeah. Um, okay. How much damage can the mantis take? Whoa. Whoops. Sorry, my cat jumped up on my thing and knocked over something. 1 second. Oops, wrong book. Alright. Because the mantis went through there and triggered a trap. That the frog was, that the Ravager was actually trying to lure it into. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Need to find the right page. I knew I was forgetting something. I forgot to write up to put a page number for the trap it was triggering. I just wrote down which trap it was. Ah, there it is. Okay. Don't try to grab my glasses. Lyra, leave my glasses alone. That meets the AC for the mantis, correct? Okay. 14 damage. Rocks have just dropped off. That basically it was an unstable rock fall, and rocks just came down and started raining directly on top of. Well, the mantis isn't actually dead, so yeah. Some juices are falling out. My cat's currently sitting on my keyboard. Okay. It's got in its hands. It's got by the way, a javelin and a longbow. It's got like a javelin on its back and a longbow with arrows. In terms of equipment. Oops, 1 second, guys. Something fell. Something fell. Hold on. Aw, cutie cat. Okay, so what are you doing? How does claws suddenly go from -1 hit to a 9? Dear God, no wonder why your things are so scary. Alright, how much damage does that do? And anything else being done this turn? The rock is currently standing on it. I don't think he's going to touch it right now. Yeah, that's true. No, you're still standing on it. No, you're standing on its body, like, on its ribcage and such. Great. Tormenta. Alright. Anything else? Bannock. There are two left. There's one over here next to Yuki, and one over here that lured the mantis into a boulder trap. And that's 20 will always hit, so therefore. 15 damage. Very nice. Nice. That makes it Kuja's turn. Mhm. 12. 19 damage. Is that your rapier? Holy crap. It is bleeding profusely. It looks almost dead. Jarek, what would you like to do? Well done. Let's see if you actually can hit through there, or if it's blocked by. It is currently blocked by a giant. Giant. Uh. Okay. Then you're good. Okay. 10 damage. Cutie. Ninja shot. Oh wait, we've got a ninja in the party. Douglas' turn. Okay. Nah, it's using claws. The worst it would do would break a claw. No, more like it'd be breaking a fingernail, the equivalent thereof. Yeah. What's that gonna do? Oh, you're so warm and fluffy. Yuki, what would you like to do? The one directly in front of you is almost dead. The other one is currently sloughing off its skin and everything, clearly showing that Sarah has brought it back as an undead. No, that was a message because my folks are currently in New York City on a trip that I was supposed to originally go with them, but I didn't have any. I figured out that I wasn't going to have enough money after Christmas to be able to afford the trip. So no, it's just that my dad's texting me. Apparently, my dad convinced her to try calamari. My mom to try calamari and octopus, things that she's always been against, and apparently she liked them. I'm very sorry for the interruption. Yeah, I have my iPad nearby. My iPad does the hidden. Alrighty. You're flanking. Thanik is on the other side of you. Kujo is on the other side of it, flanking with the undead guy. Alright, I'm tinting these undead guys black just so I can differentiate them from mine. There we go. Yeah, you have managed to basically turn it into lots of little bits and pieces, chunks of blood, bone, and basically you've managed to do the same thing, even worse than what Dagos did to the other one. It is in so many. Yeah. Alrighty. Drink that tea, Anciano. Okay, the last living one takes a 5-foot step back, aims its arrow over at the mantis. 18 hits. Yes, and it does 6 damage. Actually, if that's the case, it would have moved here to against the wall. I didn't think about the fact that mantis is a reach. But yeah, either way, yes. But the mantis took 6 damage. Sarah, what would you like the mantis to do? Okay, where's the I can't tell what attacks are what. I just see 20. As I told before, please roll hit then damage so I can differentiate them and see what the hell you're doing. Well, that six. Oh, sorry, that 16 was what you was the attempt to roll. 16 and 15. All right. Uh, what are you gonna do with your undead? Yep, she has two different undead ravengers. Yes. Okay. Anything else? Tormenta. You have no line of sight to the final Ravager, Scout. Yes. Yeah, everybody but Dagoth has haste. Well, Dagoth and the Mantis anyway, and the Undead and the Mantis. Basically anything, Sarah, but nothing controlled by Sarah has haste. And the magic missile causes it to disintegrate. Congratulations, Tormenta. And you're up to undead. Are you keeping these undead? Yep. Alright, then I'm adding them to the initiative. So they're not just stacking when you're moving. The Mantis will probably vanish, correct? And the special hand? Okay. Nice. So, would you guys like to take a 10 to 15 minute break from this battle to before you continue exploring the caves? Okay, that's coming up to Yuki. Hmm. They're a bit bigger than that. But probably have about as many teeth. They're just not metal. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I can think of anything that looks like them. Yeah, basically they look like they're, this a Trog child, except, as I said, more teeth. There's some slight aspects about them that look a bit koboldish. Or another way of putting it, a Trog that's the size of a kobold. Okay, so you guys want to take a break, a quick break? 10 minutes or 15 minutes? So everybody's good with a 10-minute break. Okay. Fun times. Okay, where'd my cat go? Looks like it was directly behind me. I can hear her, but I don't see her. Oh? Oh yeah, I saw. Never mind, I saw that. So many undead, so little time. So I think that battle went well. I've got an even better one shortly after. Mhm. It started with the Otugs, so testing that out. Moved on to these Ravagers, and I got something better. And of course, I speak too much. Starting off your very scary undead. Aw, what happened in your campaign? Oh, that kind of ending. What sort of stuff happens? It's part of the challenge. They were champions, you mean? Or crusaders, or whatever it's called. Crusader. Okay. 'Cause, 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 You're. What'd you say? Oh, you're talking about Antiano? Yeah. What level were they at? Ah, okay. Oh, he's useful? So what are you going to do with your little undead guys? Just use them for cannon fodder? Yep, but you don't have a cleric either. Not the mama! Not the mama! What are you talking? Well, I think I'm missing something entirely. Okay. Yes, you want a burger. Yeah. Aw. But I took pictures of the museum I really wanted to go to. The Met. What? Wow. No, I'm yelling at my cat. Okay, I have to share this with her. Anybody who doesn't get it does not know the reference, and shame on them. Okay, we ready to get going again? Okay, my cat has come back. Okay, well, I guess I can continue the break. There's Cap. Where'd the glasses go? Did you? Oh, that's why you're sitting like that. You run after my glasses. No, she's just trying to chew on them. Don't know why exactly she likes chewing glasses, but she does. She's just a sweetie. There's plenty of room for her on my desk. I have to keep her from gravitating towards the keyboard. Or she can lay across one of the D&D books I have sitting here right now. Or the campaign notes. I have the majority of them in my head. I just have to write them down in case I forget. Or, we keep going on for weeks in the same area, and I don't want to forget what I originally wanted to do. And so I write down, have an outline. Aww. Aww. Oh, you're so fuzzy. Okay, you're using my keyboard as a pillow. Alright. And your rump is sitting on my mouse. Okay. What a sweet cat. No. Look. I've told you this before. Do not chew on those cables. No, those cables are not chew toys. Crats are great to hold. Mira, no. No. Leave those cables alone. Hello. Have you gotten a burger? Yay, good stuff. That's why depending on the culinary. Yeah, depending on what Okay, that keeps beeping at me. Testing. Massive amounts of feedback. Testing. Tons of squeaky noises coming from Rice Cracker's end. No, those are not. That's not something to chew on, Lyra. Okay, what I was saying about chicken and rice is depending on what culinary experience you wish, it's like good to have like either cheese and tomatoes on top of that, or throw in some soy sauce, a little bit of ginger, and some sesame oil. That usually perks that sort of stuff up. That's from cheap. With chicken and rice, you can pretty much go easily into either Italian or Asian. That's tomorrow's dinner, unless that piece of chicken I bought has gone bad. Nice chicken parmesan with either pasta or rice. So who are we still waiting on? Back over, you here? Okay, I see Rice Crackers here, Devil's here, Cujo and Sarah. Cujo? Okay, that was from you. Alright, right, you guys are all ready to continue then? Alrighty. Sanok, now that the battle is over, what would you like Sanok to do? Hold on 1 second. Okay. Yeah, how long does this haste actually last for? The minutes wise, what does the text say for minutes? Yeah, that. Like I said, that's one active round. So you have like combat round. Okay, maybe not quite a minute. Maybe like more like 30 seconds. So you've got like 2 rounds. So just move Thanak. Well, he still has haste on him now, so we can actually move 40 feet. Cujo. All right. Now we have Druk. Cujo has, Yuki has not. We can always delay people's turns until Yuki, pull Yuki forward. All right. Daga. Yuki. Cujo's moving silently. Wow. You were very fleet of foot, Yuki. By the way, your sickness is gone. Nope. Nope. You see what looks like the opening to a vast cavern that you can't quite see around the edges of. These things right here are actually drop-offs. There are rocks piled up above them so that you have to actually walk up towards them to quite look over. But you can feel just from the movement of air that there's a large drop-off beyond them. That's some sort of cliff. And it's going, you've got passageways stretching out in two different directions. Um, you can't quite tell where it's coming from because it appears to be coming from beyond these. The sound is being distorted throughout this area. Past these things, you can hear the dripping of water and what appears to be almost the sound of frogs. Okay. What would you like Anciana to do? The saucer rattles slightly. Sarah, is that your move, or are you moving still? Are you moving the undead at all? Tormenta, what would you like to do? Tormenta, what would you like to do now? Now we have the plotting dwarf again. Dwarf friend. What shall dwarf friend do? Is he gonna stay put or is he gonna move? Cujo, where would you like to sneak? You're still moving silently. Now, yes, you may keep in the roll. I was about to say you don't have to re-roll, but if you do, you get whatever you roll next. You're moving even more quietly. Not quite as quietly as Yuki, but almost. You're, you're seeing what Yuki's seeing. That there are buildups of rocks, and from the displacement of air, that appears to be there's a huge drop off on the other side of those. Nope. Spot and listen. Do not change anything. The, the, okay. Direct. What would you like to do, Direct? You're also sneaky, so you could easily. Yeah, there you go. Moving silently. Yep. 25. Okay. So you're done. You're done moving then. Spot and listen. Let's see. Spot. You pretty much just see the same rocks. Listen. You also are hearing a slight whistling noise from air displacement over those rocks, and what sounds like water dripping and possibly the sound of frogs. Something that sounds a lot like frogs. All right. Dagus. You're sending the skeleton ahead, the noisy skeleton ahead of the people sneaking. Of course they're sneaking. They're the scouts. There's three of them. What do you think those three do? Yeah. Tracking my feet now, are you, Lyra? So my cat just came out of nowhere and dive bombed my feet. Alright, so Dagoth is now interfering in Yuki and Jurek's sneaking. Yuki! You can keep your move silent check. Your choice. Anything else with this listen check? You hear the sound of water dripping. Water seems to be flowing down below and dripping off of other things. Perhaps a spring down below past this bizarre, um, these things. And you're hearing what sounds like possibly voices. They do sound a bit like frogs, but they could also be voices. Can't see anything new though. What is Antiana doing? Sarah, what would you like to do? Okay, Sarah and the Ravengers have moved. Tormenta. Fanuc. Sure, and he makes a lot of noise moving. Cujo! You still don't see anything suspicious. Oops, sorry, I was looking at Yuki's. Yeah, but you definitely don't see any or hear anything suspicious with those rolls. Alright, Drek. Get the opportunity to try to. Yep, and Kujo's gone one way and Yuki's gone the other. What? Hold on, let me check your pace. Move back. What should your thing say? 30-60, 60-30, what? There you go. Alright. Yeah, he's making a little bit of noise. You can hear him quite plainly. What would Dagoth like to do? Mm-hmm. Yuki. Nope. Nope. Still nothing. And so you're just doing a spot check? You can't move. Yep, you can't move. Go back. Move back to where you were. So, because all you did was a spot check, and you weren't able to see it because it would only show up under certain circumstances. As you move past this spot, you trigger the rockfall trap. Carefully discovered. It is a trap. Sweet. Oh, never mind. I see where it is now. Yeah, hold on. It's an attack. It lists itself as an attack with a +12 melee. So I guess that's against AC. 23. But your uncanny dodge. Pretty much everybody is in, let's see, Drek and Cujo, and Dagoth. Actually, Dagoth wouldn't be able to hear really. I'm not sure how well Dagoth can hear. Um, you hear what sounds like a rock slide from this area over here in this direction. The rocks cling down into the gulch down below. You hear splashes of water as the rocks collide with the water down there. The people who are hearing what sounds like frogs or possibly talking hears it quiet down for a moment. Yeah. Well, you'd be able, yeah, you'd be able to hear that from. I said you'd be able to hear that from your position easily. Even Cujo with his bad roll could hear it from across there. It's echoing. Compared to Yuki and Tarek, it's bad roll. Yeah, there's no way of doing that now. Yuki, Sonia, what do you say? No, but give me a minute. I need to fix something now that you've triggered a trap. I'll give you another minute. Hold on. It's not that bad. Yeah, hold on. Just give me a second, guys. I just need to fix something. My bad. And the reason I say that is because I'm not actually looking at the screen with the rolls on it at the moment. I'm looking at something else that I need to finish before I can actually look back at the rolls. All right. Listen, check. Yuki, you said you're hearing the faint sound of drumming coming from somewhere. Hold on. Yeah. Somewhere down in here, where the water is also flowing. You're hearing drum beats. Yeah, give me 1 second. Okay. Oops, sorry. I was on the wrong layer when I put something else down. There we go. Well, it's not like it's hard to guess. Huh, cool, I can just do that. Whoops. Oh, god damn it. I did not mean to roll it like that. I thought that was going to be a secret GM roll. I was trying to... the... Yep, that. Yeah. Anyway. So Yuki turns over. Anciano. There we go. Oh, well. Initiative won't work. I'm just going to throw them in there and then start randomizing it up. Oops. Okay, secret dice rolls it is. Yeah. Yeah, I'm having to to do private dice rolls by rolling my actual die across the ground. Unfortunately, that's attracting my cat. My cat hears the die going, and he's like, "Oh, look, I think I can bat around." Yeah, basically. Anyway. Hey Sarah, how's initiative affected in those undead? How is initiative handled with your undead? Well, I would say randomize it some more. If that's the case, just roll a 1d20 for each of them so I can see it. Cause I'm gonna reorder the initiative thing shortly. No, Lyra, don't step on that when I'm trying to type something in. Oh, that's such a cute purr, though. I love that purr. Yeah, give me a minute. No, I'm not going to toss this towards you. No, it's mine. It's my toy. No. Because Antiana moved. I hadn't been moving that because I've been busy with rolling initiatives. One. Yeah. Zanik, yeah. Zanik moved. No, Lyra. No. There you go. I mean, I'd love to have you on my desk, but I need to have my dice rules. Lyra, no. No, my die. No. My die, not yours. There. I didn't see. Did the dwarf move? No. Whose turn is it? I think so. I think it's your turn. Hey, no, do not touch my die. Lyra, stop it. That means it's QJ's turn. No. Get off the keyboard, please. There you go, kitty. There you go. Good kitty. Good kitty. Okay, give me 1 second to see where you are. I am still trying to get my cat to not step on me. Okay, what was yours? Roll on that. You're doing a spot check and a search for trash check? Okay. Ooh. Spot. You see something climbing up over the rocks. You can try. Go ahead, check. You look to be hidden. It didn't seem to notice you. Okay. Daruk, you're up. No, Lyra, stop. Okay, you're doing a spot check. Nope, you don't see anything except for the rocks. That's the rock wall that seems to be surrounding water down below. It seems like it's a far drop though because of the amount of wind that's whistling by and the distance the water sounds and the very faint drumming that Yuki can hear. Yep, sorry, Lyra. Dagos. No, don't. Okay, there we go. And finish what I was doing. Yeah, I'm just doing something. You start to hear what sounds like chanting and kind of a bit like that hyena noise again, but only more of it coming from below, along with the drumming. You see one of the something that looks to be like the same sort of thing that you just fought in the cavern beyond, crawling up over the lip. Except this one's eyes are clearly milked over. It doesn't seem to be able to see anything. You're seeing another one of those Ravager things that like you fought in the other cavern, except this one appears to be blind. Oh, that's true. If Yuki's using blind sight, then you can be able to tell that it's also using blind sight. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and reorder initiative for everything, because it will help. And I'm gonna put Yuki back on top. There you go. So it's a motive check. It seems hungry. It wants to stab you with the weapon it has in its hand. Hold on. Yes. 14 damage. Alrighty. Okay, let me give me 1 second to fix the encounter calculator thingy. I just realized that I need to really reset this thing before we can get to the next battle, because probably by then I'll sort of deleting things, and at that point I'll be bad. Anyway, okay, the undead first. Okay, through so many that I put things together that have different challenge ratings to make it more interesting. But that also requires meaning a lot more stuff to do in the calculator. Okay. So yeah, you struck that thing for that many damage. Cujo, it's now actually your turn again, because I had to reset the thing. You have this thing that also appears to be, you've got dark sight, or, their sight. You can also tell that this thing probably does know that you're there, it just hasn't advanced yet, because it also appears to be blind. Yeah, that is true. One second. And the only problem with pulling up a whole bunch of different little character sheet things that are now blocking my screen off, and I can't see shit. Okay, you're over there. What did you just roll? I'm sorry. I'm having to shift. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't see anything else. The rocks seem to be in your way. Okay, it's now this guy's turn. The Lyra, what are you doing? Lyra, what are you doing? Lyra. Did I go mute or something? Cause I haven't. Nobody's talking. Hold on, Sarah. That was just you. You were still on your undead Ravager's turn. Please move your character back. Yeah. Yeah. Sarah, please move your character back. Cause I was waiting to. I was waiting to hear from you. You had to move your character back because I wasn't done with something yet. I was waiting to see where it was moving and you weren't talking. I was actually sorting through a bunch of character sheets that I had to work with. Alright. There. Boom. Okay. Now it is your turn. You can move now. If you wish to move that way instead of maybe facing off against this guy right here that just showed up, crawled over the rocks. Yes, you can. Let's see, which one is that? Tokens. Okay. Those touch. Yes, that does hit touch. Alright. Okay. I give you a minute. I have to move a whole bunch of stuff. And I need to finish the calculations. I hate these stupid little things that pop up that you again can't see anything around, and people grump right at you for not being able to see things around quickly enough. That many. Okay, so that many is that. And then finally these. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. I just had to finish calculations on the XP counter, since I know people really like their XP, and I just wanted to make sure that was going to calculate properly once we got to it. If I had to start deleting things off the board. All right. Wrong side. Various Ravagers. Removing them on the GM level layer. Some of them are becoming visible to the party. Like the one that just appeared in front of you. They're climbing. Yeah, it's normal. They're basically climbing up over the rocks, and once that happens, you can see them if they're within your sight before they can hide again. Because right now you're hearing the drums echoing up from below, and you're hearing them start to call out to each other. Drum, 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 drum. By the way, the one that disappeared in front of you, Jurek, is actually a bit bigger and bulkier than the other ones around it. It's still in the small category, but it is kind of like dense like a dwarf rather than the more childlike kobold-sized ones. It's big and buff. These things are a bloody nightmare. Thankfully, most of them will die in one hit. Except for the ones that have tons of hit points that will then skewer you, but hey. Yeah. The ones that listed themselves as undead are Sarah's. Yeah, which is very convenient. Okay. I've actually run into one that's getting its initiative. Unfortunately, jumping down from the cliffs takes up its turn, basically. And this one, not having a missile weapon, since it doesn't have any sight, can't actually do anything yet. Yep, it is now Thanek's turn. Yay! You should be able to make it. Okay, that is true. It did go through its initiative already. Hold on, what crush is this? Oh, cool. Yeah. Alright. There we go. It has a dagger in its hand. It attempts to strike out at him with its dagger. wrong way. Yeah, that's not gonna hit. It's blind. It's trying really hard. Yep, that is true. Oops, oh, check. It's your turn. Duh. Why did I accidentally move you? Sorry about that. They're small, yeah. By the way, are any of your characters currently hurt? Not counting the undead? Thought so. Yep. Ooh, 12 damage. No, these guys don't have damage reduction, but I'll keep that in mind. Yep, direct. Mhm. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's two of them. Mhm. Also, both of the ones surrounding you, by the way, direct, appear to be blind. Yeah, they have milky irises that don't look like they've ever been exposed to sunlight. They look like they exist purely in a darkened environment. You ever seen the movie The Descent? Yeah. So what would you like to do, Jarek? All right. No, not for this. I've got Player's Handbook 2 and 3 for 4.0, but not 3.5. Well, does distraction arrow a noise or a light? Or both? Yeah. This is a case where Anciana's big tricks of creating a silent image would not work on. Aww. That's pretty cool. Which one are you attacking? Okay. All right. Let me hold on. Let me calculate before you do anything else. So it's not at beginning section. The AC is thingy. That was a base creature, and I always put different ACs on these. There we go. Okay, so that is minus that. That one dies. That one dies. Its body falls crashing down back into the ravine. Hold on, hold on. Let me do. Not, not even close. This one's big, stocky. It appears to be lifting a really large club with heavy spikes on it. It looks like it could eat you easily. Only two arrows glanced by it, causing it hurt. It just narrows its. It just basically shows its teeth and growls at you further. You just seem to have pissed it off. You don't seem to have hurt it, even though you did more damage to it with those two shots than you did to the other one. Well, actually, no. You did enough damage with it in two shots to have killed the other one. Uh, but this one is just basically shrugging them off, even though it's slightly hurt, but it's still shrugging them off. Any more rolls you can do? Okay. It looks like it could be laughing at them off, but it still hurt. It basically grazed its cheek, basically cutting open a small trench and blood dripping down. It's just growling and showing teeth for that. Okay, an undead. Okay. Miss. 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 Yep. This one leaps down off the wall and attempts to stab Yuki. Okay. Ugh, complete miss. Good for Yuki, bad for it. The one that was trying to attack you just missed. And now it's Tormenta's turn. Sure. They're climbing over the rocks. Yes, you can. That's why the tokens are visible. There's others where their tokens are still up on the game level that you cannot see. Hold on 1 second. As you step closer to the rock, hold on, something echoing. As you step closer to the rock wall, another one becomes visible. Hold on, I think that one fell under something. There we go. Yeah, another one skitters down from the rock wall and is now threatening your space. Alright. Regular ones. I hate when I have so many of these sheets open that I keep losing them. You jumped down because you got close by. It looks like I can't open up any more of these. Hold on. I'll close one, see if I can open up the other. I'm going to have to close all of these to see if I can figure out where the hell it went. Oh, it went invisible. That's why I can't find it. Oh, I didn't know that could happen. Okay. Okay, cool. That's a really simple attack. I'm not even sure if it can hurt you. Yeah. Yep. Alrighty. Okay. Just on that one, or are you doing multiple targets? Okay. It's evaporated. You don't even know where the ashes went on that one. So he jumped down at you with a silly little club. Something that couldn't possibly hurt you. Daga. There are currently two climbing down the wall at you. Which one would you like to start with? Alright. They both look equal. They both look like they're small, they have primitive clubs, and they have sharp teeth. That's about it. And blind, of course. Yes. Which one? One to the bottom, one to the right or left? The right. Ah, brain. Which one are you hitting? Okay. It is extremely hurt. Looks like it could fall off the cliff at any moment now. Does Dagoth have any other attacks that he can do? All right. Anciano. He would drink tea and make snarky comments. So what's the move? Okay. All right. Drink tea as you watch the little things eating. The brute moves down with its club to strike at Daruk. That hit. Elf Ranger. 23 doesn't hit. Wow. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Yuki, what would you like to do? They can attack if you're directly next to if you're like, up against the cliff the way that Dagoth is, for example. But these guys over here are kind of not able to hit you right now. The one that's down here can. The rock wall is slightly higher than your heads. I mean, you can't quite look over it, but you'd be able to, if one of you boosted another, you'd probably be able to peer over the edge. Correct. Ooh, 14 damage. Got a second hit? Second, second one's a miss. Any more attacks in you? And almost, actually, no, that's against, up against the rock, part of the rock wall. Okay, you're safe there. Cujo! Woohoo! Alright. Alright. You see two more climbing down from the wall, from over the rock wall right here. Anything else you can do this turn? Okay. Move, move, move. Hold on. Let's see, which one is this? Yeah, I think so. Hold on. Yep. It would smack at you with its club. It's small. Just believe in yourself, Cujo. Give me one second. It just suddenly occurred to me. I had ice cream sitting out on the counter that I hadn't gotten into yet. I don't know how long it's been there. I don't know. My apartment's cool enough. It's not cold, but it's cool enough that the ice cream didn't melt. Good. It's an attack of opportunity, which gives it that. Swing and a miss. Do you get any more searches or spots or listens at this point, or are you just kind of running blind through the darkness? Then yes, you can. Alrighty. You see these guys? Well, I was kind of inspired by them. Undead Ravager. Hold on 1 second. Alright, you're attacking this one. Yeah, this is one of the fierce looking. They're all blind unless I say otherwise. Like the ones that listed as scouts are clearly not blind. They have eyes. They can launch missile weapons at you. But it's easier for me just to explain that these guys are basically all blind except for those scouts. So yeah, you see another blind guy with a dagger in front of you, and you're gonna do a full attack. Hold on. I don't think so. Let me double check. No, 18 does not hit its AC. 20 does. No, why those things do that. Okay. Oh, I keep getting these things can be popped out. I'm just gonna pop out all the shades. Much better. That way I'll be able to actually see them on another page instead of them covering. How did I never notice this before? God damn it. Oh, well, my point is that I've been playing this for nearly a year now, and I hadn't noticed that before. How did I not get that there was a pop-out ability on these things? That'd make it much easier for me to pop them out and re-find them whenever I'm looking for them. Okay. Yeah. And it also makes you guys, if you guys are sneaking in and looking at my screen level, you won't be able to see the stats on those things. Anyway, okay. I think it's my move on a bunch of stuff. This guy right here only seems to be noticing the dwarf. It's sniffing the air and is striking right towards the dwarf. Yeah, I didn't think so. I still got some hidden movements. Actually, one hidden movement. The rest of them have all become visible at this point. This one comes out of here. You can actually see it now because it's now on token layer. And for some reason, well, which surprised you guys, it attempts to attack the other Ravager, which misses and causes the other Ravager to make noises at it that are indecipherable to you guys. It looks like the barking of dogs. Probably not. See, this one attempts Mrs. Daga. Sarah, what would you like to do? Yep, for some reason it's attacking its own kind. What's that 7 for? No. No. Yeah. The smaller one with the club hit this one isn't like, huge, but it's slightly bigger than the other one, and it's got a dagger rather than a club. The little one over here is actually starts barking something that's more discernible as Draconic, or maybe a dialect of Draconic, saying, "Food, hungry, smell blood." Apparently, that's why it's attacking the other Ravager. The other Ravager is hurt, and therefore it is attacking that one because it smells fresh blood. That might actually work. That's a scary thought. I said that might actually work. It's a scary thought. Do or do not. There is no try. It just says food, blood, blood. It might not be smart enough to quite grasp what you're saying. No, she might be impressing it. It's just that it might not be smart enough to understand the concept of loyalty. It's unclear whether or not it understood. Would you like to continue on, or would you like to finish your turn? Alrighty. Let's see. What's a throw check good good for? Reflex or strength? Alright. Yep. She's throwing a ration towards it. The thing is, she's throwing it to something that's blind. It depends on what. See, the rations, from what I can tell, don't really have a smell, and it appears to be only interested in something that's meaty and alive. So the ration does not seem to interest it whatsoever. It just kind of it just kind of bounces off the side of its face. Though it didn't seem to really notice that either. All right, give me a minute to move stuff around and to grab a drink. Well, this one in particular is not hurt, so. Yeah. Well, that's how the kobolds are safe and sound back at camp. Cannot be used as cannon fodder. Well, Tormenta sort of has some pull with them. Yep, he's the kobold lord. Well, he will be again someday. Assuming he plays his cards right. I like that. I like calling him the kobold lord. Alright. Got my drink. Okay, this Ravager also does the same thing that the other Ravager is doing, which is ignoring you guys and attempting to attract the already injured Ravager for a miss. This Ravager also, ignoring Dagoth completely, tries to pounce on the very injured Ravager, and let's see what that does. It also misses. And now for some hidden things. Yep. Yep. Or at least the seemingly dumb ones. There are clearly some smarter and stronger ones in the group. And this one over here on the wall jumps down and attempts to attack the other one that's hurt. Miss. Jump down off the wall. Okay. This one's here, but it can't reach the other one. Okay. This big one with the huge club is going to attack Daruk. 25. Does 25 hit? Six damage, and it also gets a bite attack and a claw attack. The claw attack with its far claw. Claw attack first, then bite attack. 11, that's a miss, and the bite. 21, miss. Okay. A lot of them. You're in the middle of a swarm, basically. A really big one comes down directly in front of Cujo and lifts its large spiked club. 29. 4 damage. Well, the little ones are really easy to kill. They're basically cannon fodder. Okay, this one's now visible to now stepped out of the thing. This one clearly has vision because it's hefting a bow and arrow, and is aiming straight at Tormenta. Where's my scout? Miss. This one rushes at Tormenta. Miss. Now these little ones are basically just cannon fodder, easy to kill. Kind of there because they can soak up. Well, yeah. And then there's other ones mixed in. This one should be visible by now. Yeah, but you took your fireball kid away. Miss. This one steps around the corner from the thing and attempts to attack Yuki. Miss. Ravager Assassin. To scramble back over the cliff. Because it's being attacked. Oh, geez. So, what's what I did there? Danik, your turn. The sound of the drums is swelling, and it sounds like the enemies are far closer. Well, some of them are all around you, but what? I'm sorry. Technically none of them are on your side. It's just that there's one of them in particular that Sarah is trying to have a dialogue with, and that would be this one right here. It's ignoring you in favor of the other Ravager, if that's what you mean. If it comes to an attack, no. If it's talking about you just don't want to hit it, then you can do whatever you wish. But I mean, if it's a specific dialogue or stepping 5 points fast, then no, it's not going to let you move. No, that's what I meant to say. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say. Whatever effect you're doing, it's not considered an ally. Yes. I think you're threatening this thing, though. I think you're threatening this other Ravager over here, though. Wouldn't that be correct? Okay. Then go on. Oh shit! Accidentally hit the button, and all of my pop-ups vanished. Damn it! I'm sorry. Would you repeat that, please? Okay. 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 25 against which? I'm sorry. All right. That means. Okay. All right. You missed that one. You missed the second one. All right. Jirak, what would you like to do? The huge one. You have. It's just that it's really big compared to the other ones, and clearly has a lot more hit points. No. Okay, that's on that one. Let's see. Let's see. One hit, two hit. Yeah, two hit. One. Oops. Hold on. God damn it! Accidentally hit the wrong button on that. I'll wing it. And instead of having negative something, I accidentally overwrote the amount of HP it had. I had to remember vaguely what HP it level it had. Okay, 2 more arrows hit it. Nice. Done? Alright, Sarah's one has a turn now. Okay. Hit. Yeah. Well, they're all going to be little one-hit kills. I put together several tanks and several other things because you guys were just mowing through everything earlier. Okay. -8 damage, and then 10 damage. It's dead. All right. Hold on. I have to figure out which one it is on this. Oh, there it is. That's the end of your turn. Ravager. Okay, that one over there. Runs after Yuki and attempts to stab her with its dagger. There's a 21 hit. Yuki. There's a 21 hit Yuki. Sweet. Alright. Okay, this one's left invisible to everybody. Steps around here and fires arrows out at Tormenta. That's a nat 20, so that would hit. 3 damage to Tormenta. Tormenta? Whoops, it's Ed's turn anyway. He should still, in theory, be able to hear us, though. I'm just gonna delay his turn. Daggett. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely crit. Which one are you attacking? Which? Sorry. Okay. So, what's the damage on that one? It dies. Its body falls back into the ravine, leaving only a small smear of blood on the rocks. And doesn't that get a second hit, or is it only one hit? There we go. And no tormentor still. Anciano. What? Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that, please, Kujo? Uh, they do not appear to be able to see. The only ones that you can see with weapons are down here. These are the ones with bows and arrows. So for that, they need to be able to see. So now I've got Grease Lightning playing in my head. Which words are you testing on? Okay. Okay. How long does grief last again? How long does grief last again? Uh, let's see if they can make that. They have to make not 20s to beat that. Fail, fail. Well, it's a wall with a cliff on the other side. It's basically so because it's a wall going up, so you can't actually see over it, but you know from the sounds that there's a cliff edge on the other. Basically, it's a huge drop off on the other side. You know from sound, but you can't actually see it. There we go. Can Antiana do anything else this turn? All right. What does Karmakara do? Nice. There's no direct line of sight to kill all of them. So no Tormenta still? Okay. Nope. Yep. The huge Ravager with the huge spiked club. 28. Against you. Okay, it's on a full attack. 1d8 plus 2. 10 damage. Then it's attempting to claw you. And then it's attempting to bite you. Ed check. Yuki. Yuki? Hmm. Just remember, the rock wall would be an obstruction. No, it goes up. It goes up about 7 or 8 feet, and then you know that there's a drop off on the other side. I described it several times. It said there's these rocks in the way, but you know because you can hear wind whistling past you, and you can hear distant sounds of water coming from below. That yeah, except it's made out of jagged rocks. Yeah, there's a it, no, no. Yeah, basically there's basically balcony. There's an 8 foot wall preventing you from easily looking over into the hole, but you know there's a hole with a much longer drop down below that. That's where apparently the Ravagers are coming from. Okay. You're. Does that threaten or not? So yeah. Yeah, the other one was being blocked from view. They both missed you. They're both the small ones, but yeah, there's still some more trying to climb up over the edge. Uh, okay. It screams loudly and is now bleeding profusely. The other one's now the other one's nose twitches and it seems to lead its face more closer towards it than towards you. No Ed. Okay. Cujo. That said, Cujo is currently on his own, somewhat surrounded. The water in front of him is huge. Well, not it's still small class wise. I'm saying it's compared to the other ones, it's large. Or it's another one of the hulking ones. Okay. The big one does. Okay, so the big one gets a first attack, then that's a miss. Small one would attack second, miss. The other small one attacks third, miss. Okay. And what's a cool image? Watching Cujo run down there. Undead Ravager. This guy right over here. Isn't it like first thing in the morning down there? Oh, okay, cool. Then it is beer time. I forget how late it is now. I've been streaming all day, so what's it gonna do? Yeah, yeah, that's a miss, definitely. The Tormenta check? No. Okay, this Ravager is now chewing on the corpse of the dead one. This Ravager here. Is someone hurt? No. Feet. This here and runs after Cujo. Cujo, I think it just moved into your space. I think it's therefore threatening you, which means you get to attack it. Oh, okay. Not 20. It just hit you. Finally, I'm getting nat 20s. I'm getting them on the ones that are basically the only way they would hit anything is if they're doing a nat 20. For one damage. No, it doesn't get any crits on with this weapon. Its weapon is this primitive little thing. So, yep. So that one smacked you. This one over here is going to attempt to attack Dagoth. It is losing blood fast. And completely misses Dagoth. Final check. So, shall we just let Sarah play Tormenta, thinking that Tormenta may have another family emergency or something else that happened? Okay, yeah, Sarah's already has that on effect. Which character are you attacking? Okay, that one. By the way, I can't. Okay. You do have access to a sheet. I just checked. No, these are scouts. They have much higher. they have much higher HP. Yep, that worked. And now it's Sarah's turn. So what's Sarah's action? What does that do? What does that do, though? 10, and that is a scout with touch AC on the scout. Yes. Yes, that does hit the HIC. It does. Yeah, they. Uh, oh, yeah. Wait a second. Now, scouts have better decks than that. No, I already wrote it up as that. So no, I'm leaving it. The touch AC is 10. No midstream alterations to their shades. Even if I got something wrong, it should have been different because maybe it's their bad luck, but they have bad touch AC. Sorry, there's a ton of them there. What does that do? What? No, define it. I said, but I kept. You're using the same term. Describe the effect of what that does. And how long does this last, and what other effects does it do? And how does one get rid of the cyst? By what? Surgeon. Okay. Mhm. All right. This one also leaps onto the corpse, and the two Ravagers together now have eaten that corpse that's down there. spitting out bits and pieces of bone, but nothing particularly useful. Okay. What's this? This one goes over here and attempts to attack one of its fellows because it smells blood. Ooh, I think that actually hit. Yep, that actually hit. Wow. This one goes over here to do the same. And this is... Yeah, at that point you should be able to see that one. This one takes aim at Sarah and lets off an arrow at her. That's right, the bow is forward. Yeah, it's firing an arrow at you. Miss. This one attempts to get up. Is that reflex or strength to get up? Oh, just move action? Okay, this one's up and run. Yes. Okay. Over here, attempts to strike out. Miss. Somebody goes over here. Attempts to strike its buddy over there. Miss. Wait, how much can this move? Okay. This one attempts to attack Yuki. Oh my god, it fumbled. It fumbled. This one attempts to attack Yuki. Miss. Her awesome awesome dodge for being a ninja. The woman climbs over the cliff. It has very milky eyes, but it seems to know exactly where Cujo is without the normal sense of blind sense. This one attempts to attack Daruk. Miss. No, it's not even. Oh, that was another fumble. Oh my god, these brutes see it today. I hate when that happens. It's over here. This. Yeah, like I said, they're a swarm. That one can't quite reach. That one can't quite reach Cujo. This this one attempts to. This one attempts to attack. This to attack Yuki. 19. Thought so. This, that's right. This scout currently is not in my possession. Sarah, you got that. You have that scout now. They have javelin. They have javelins close in, claws, a bite attack, or the bow and arrow because they actually have sight. They have the ability to see. It's like a plus. Wait, let me look up the stat page again. Hold on. It's a plus one. Full attack is 2 claws, plus 1 melee. Bite is -1 melee. It's geared because these scouts are more geared towards ranged attacks. What are you attacking? Okay, yeah, those miss. There's an AC of 19. Okay, this Ravager. Get that off there. Stalking towards the hurt one. This Ravager attempts to attack the hurt one in its range. Wow, I didn't realize that many people invisible. Well, not really invisible, they're just in the distance, hard to say. This one launches arrows over at Sarah. 10. Miss! Good. There. Sketch. Arrows. This one seems to be have slightly the ability to see, or something along those lines, because it appears to be tilting its head towards you, Jaruk, in ways that suggest that it knows that you're there without the ability to smell you or hear you. That would be the little minor ravagers that basically are completely senseless and senseless idiots. Yeah. Anyway, this one over here is now launching arrows again at Sarah. Miss. This one comes down here and attempts to smack Cujo. 19. 19 hit. All right. 2 damage. There's hissing coming from this direction. This one attempts to strike out at Miss. No, it wasn't hitting you. It's attempting to go after the other one that was near, but that's bleeding near you. And now it's Thanek's turn. God, Devil. That's right. Devil and Blackover can both see the map if they want to. What? Oh, that's right. He's also a healer. I forgot about that. No, I believe not. Hold on, let me double check. Nope, they're all the little ones with the clubs. And two of them just finished eating the body of a dead one, of one that died. Okay, the one that Sarah. Nope, that's the one that Sarah threw the ration at. Yep. Okay, the one that's stuck in the grease trap. They don't get dex bonus. They have bad dex. That's a miss. No. Nope, it got up. Um, in guys, guys, in character, uh, Sarah has no way of knowing what sort of shape Cujo is currently in because she can't see him from her position. Exactly. You also, basically, Sarah can if Sarah is interacting with Dagoth and can see through Dagoth, Dagoth can't even see Jaruk. So, okay, Jaruk. I don't. Uh, sorry. Can you repeat that? What am I rolling on? Okay. Yes. And you're attacking the brute, correct? Gotcha. No, do not give me total damage, please. It confuses me when I'm trying to write down stuff. I look at the damage one at a time. If I ask you for bonus damage, that's because I don't understand the rolls to begin with. Sorry. Like that, yeah, yes. I'm just really bad when I'm trying to type down a number and somebody gives me a number in the middle of it. It just kind of distracts me really badly. No, doesn't look at all dead. It just basically looks like it's gonna laugh it off again. Yes. Hey, question. Doesn't Yuki have the ability to like trade? Isn't one of the characters like maybe Yuki have the ability to trade places with somebody else through teleport or something? Or is that Anciano? So I was just thinking the best way we could get rid of the dwarf and not, be too mean about it is to somehow switch the dwarf with Cujo by, like, whipping around a couple times, if that's even possible. Because Cujo, what? Yeah. That doesn't mean they don't have, there are some of them in there that have the ability to hit for melee 10, so, plus 10. So we really need to help Cujo. Cujo is fairly surrounded. Yeah, because they are small. That isn't impossible. Okay. Undead Ravager, the ones up by Thanak. Look, give me 1 second. Which one are you attacking again? The one you threw the ration at? Or the one that's in the grace? Okay. The one in the grease or the one that's on the wall? Okay. So don't give me damage. Okay. So you hit for 4. You roll a 14, a 14, and a 19. So this is 9 damage. Okay. Okay. Ravager Assassin starts shrieking and attempts to strike out at one of its compatriots that's attempting to eat it. Ooh, it actually hits one of them. Where is my attack thing on there? There we go. Huh. Causing it 3 damage, and you hear a terrible shrieking noise from across the way. Apparently, whatever the Ravager hit is in dire straits. What was the thing on there? Oh, right, that's where I wrote it. Okay, that page. Okay, which one on here do I need to roll? Okay. Oh yeah, that one's in really bad shape. Okay. Scout, seeming to notice that something's wrong with its companion, takes a 5-foot step back and launches another arrow volley out at Sarah. 16. Miss. Dagger's turn. Dagger. Hold on, which one is it? The one still crouching on the wall does not appear to be interested in attacking Dagger. 23 hits the one that yeah, 23 does hit that the brute. And Ciano. Frogs, well, Ravagers, but they're derived from troglodytes. but also have some blood in them of kobolds. They're not at all lizard folk. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's a wall of Ravagers in his way. And no line of sight. Yeah, that'd be too dangerous for him. Now, does Cujo have that ability? No. He once, in the previous campaign, he once fired at a group of lizard folk. You'd have to get close to each of them. Who knows? That's not impossible. He could try that. Ah, cool. What sort of story? Ah, cool. Okay. Okay. Okay, the Ravager Brute is once again attempting to attack. Yep. This, nope, trying to attack you. Once again, fumbles. So all the rest of its full attack goes away. Yuki, what would you like to do? Which one would you like to attack? Which one would you like to attack? All right. And it is now dead. It has been essentially obliterated. Blood and guts go everywhere. And these two Ravagers are now distracted by that because they're hungry and eating it. Oh, you got another attack? Cool. Yay! Attack. You're attacking the one up top, nearly atop of you? I get a 17. Nice. Yeah. It screeches loudly. Did we got Anciano yet? Well, most of them are blind. A couple of them can see. Yes, two of them. Well, three of them actually, but Sarah controls one of those. Okay? Over the grease traps. Okay? Which means now nobody can move through that square. Okay. Well, of course there's grease there. Of course there's still grease there anyway. So. Cujo! What would Cujo like to do? He's currently surrounded by enemies. How shall we get Cujo out of this mess? If you mean these walls, they're about 8 feet. If you're talking about your ceiling above your head, I'd go more like 20. But there's supposedly there, but supposedly there's a far drop off down there. Yeah, but yeah, except it is made out of jagged rocks. They're uneven. It's not an even surface. You have to roll balance check. Okay. Yeah. Okay. believe in you! He fumbled his rapier! The rapier has landed on the ground with a clatter. Undead Ravager, come to the rescue! Cujo needs you! Sarah? You're undead... Oh, okay. Hit. She moved, so... No. Ravager... It's an important thing here. This one attempts to attack that one. Miss. This one here attempts to attack Cujo. 12. Miss. This one here attempts to get away from the other one that's attempting to eat it. Except, no, the other one, it doesn't look like, it doesn't exactly look like the other ones you're fighting. It's a different classification. Fermenta. 34, okay. Sarah, what would you like to do? Alright. Doesn't Alice require sighted things? Okay. That's right, and I don't have access to the actual picture of an ellipse, so I was using a ghost last time. It 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 doesn't appear right away. What did you say? How far did you say the aura stretched? I'm going to move it in a second. Let me finish editing something. That's what I'm working on. All right. Now, move it to where you want it to go. It's under your control. So I can't actually see where you're pointing. There you go. If it has to be line of sight, then yeah. It can only, that's the furthest it can go. Because that would be in the way otherwise. I haven't beaten that one yet. I kept getting well, I've actually heard that quote before. Basically, I kept failing at the stupid, you know, fun time Freddy with the stupid puppet that kept breaking free, and then I kept being told how I could fix it, but I couldn't touch anything on the puppet, so the puppet kept killing me. And every time I'd have to slowly walk past Funtime Foxy, and she is nasty. What are you rolling? Okay. Is there anything else you're doing this turn? Okay. This one moves slightly over here because it's under attack by its fellow and is attempting to attack Tormenta. 14, that's a miss. This Ravage over here can't actually move. This one over here attempts to attack this one here. Miss. This Scout here launches arrows over at Sarah. Miss. This one here, let's see, let's have to roll. Does it have to roll reflex to get out of the grease trap? It doesn't. But balance check uses reflex. They don't have balance. What the hell are you supposed to do then? Okay, that is exactly what I was asking. That should meet that. Now, how much damage does the icicle trap do to it? The other one did a reflex save. How much damage? No. I mean, you have to. I mean, it's because it's your spell. You have to roll it. I'm not you tell me what you want to do, and I, as GM, roll everything, GM. I'm a. You get to make your own dice rolls. Yeah, it failed the reflex. 15. Now, does the grease trap remain, or is just the other thing gone? Ah. Okay. Alrighty. That Ravager is limping away. This one is striking out at the hurt one again. Ooh. Another Ravager's for 5 damage. You hear a screech coming from that direction. Alright, this Ravager comes over this direction and attempts to attack the other Ravager. Miss. This Ravager attempts to attack Yuki. 28. Yuki? 28. 10 damage. Okay, this Ravager. This Ravager attempts to strike at the undead Ravager next to it. Miss. Okay, this one right here. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out exactly what I'm going to have it do. It's actually in a position to do something, but I have to decide what. Because poor Cujo is stuck up against a wall. Cujo? Oh, sorry, I was just making sure you guys were hearing me. My bad. Ah, there we go. Hey, how much HD does Cujo have? Yeah, HD. Sorry. Yeah. How many hit dice do you have? Thought so. Yeah. I'm just trying to think if there's anything useful that they could do against you. Actually, I don't think he can do anything useful against you. Hmm. Hey, Sarah, are you lawful or chaotic or neutral? I can never remember. Neutral. That's not useful at all. Not useful at all. For God's sake, none of these spells would actually do anything against any of you guys. Okay, it is able to convince the other Ravager to let it into its space in order to do a touch attack against Cujo. Yep, a touch attack. Yep, it is casting it is casting inflict light wounds against you. Okay, I'm trying to remember what this. All right, 9 damage. 9 damage. Oh wait, that's right. It does require a roll first, doesn't it? Sorry. 16. 9 damage. Take 9 damage, Cujo. We wanted to see you hurt. That's all there is to it. Okay, the brute is not once again attacking 22. Does that hit? Hello? Elf Ranger? Yes. This other one is kind of stuck behind the cleric. This one here is up there, and I have to strike that one. Yes. Okay, this one here can't get near him, so stuck. This one here goes after the hurt one. This is And it's time for the Possessed Ravager Scout. Sarah. It's a +4 ranged attack. So 1d +4. Yep. This one attacks the one next to it. 7. Just imagine if they didn't go around killing each other. It's Scout. Firing arrows over at arrows being flown out at Sarah. 23. Does 23 hit? Nice. 2 damage. Yes, damage reduction. This guy here. Direct. Are you good, lawful, etc.? Good. Okay. This one here is chanting something to itself. Yep. That one there. Yep. This one over here shoots arrows at Sarah. 21. Does 21 hit? This one here strikes at the one behind it. Misses. This one here can't get at its target. Stuck there. This one here slinks up the pool some more. Okay. This one here strikes out at Yuki. Miss. This one here goes for the undead Ravager behind it. Miss. Fanuc, your turn. Yeah, I know, these rounds are long. But hey, at least it's not the typical, 1 minute encounter, 1 turn encounter with a spider. Actually getting a chance to use your skills rather than just go through, hit it, kill. What action have you been using? Oh. Makes sense. Mhm. Of course, he doesn't. The Ravager doesn't know that. So 7 and 5. It's gravely wounded. There's blood streaming everywhere, all through the grease. Anything else Senna can do? Daruk, what would you like to do? Oh, sorry, you've got bow and arrow. Never mind. Well, which one are you full attacking? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yes, 2 hits. Ooh, you killed it. The one behind it or the brute? Okay. Undead Ravager. Yeah. How much damage? Okay, it's dead. Okay, it's one tries to attack that. Miss. Scout fires arrows over at Sarah. Miss. Daggot's turn. Okay. No, it didn't do any damage to that one. It didn't meet its AC. The brutes have higher AC and higher HP. They're harder to hit. Yeah. The brute. The brute. how much does it add to the roll? Then it still doesn't hit. But it turns around and smacks at Dagos. Miss. Yuki! What would you like to do? That's the one Yuki's been hitting. No sneak attack. Miss. Do you get a second attack? Okay, that's a hit, and it is dead. And now we have Anciano. Okay. Where was the end point of the web? Does that look about right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, that failed its reflex save. Yeah, don't put more lines on there, please. Fun. Yeah. Mhm. And now it's Hugo's turn. 3 something, no more than 4 feet tall. They're tiny. They're kobold sized. Well, they're not tiny, tiny, but you know what I mean. Okay. They missed. It's not attacking. Correct. Yay! You not wanted it. You got a nat one though. Okay, cool. Jesus Christ! I've been streaming for 16 hours. Okay. Undead Ravager that's currently standing next to Cujo. On this one right here. Okay. 8 damage. Fumble. Miss. Yep. So this Ravager attempts to attack this Ravager. Miss. This Ravager. Can't get to the meal at once, so it doesn't move. This Ravager gets on top of that body and starts eating it. Tormenta. On which one? Alright. If you want. Yeah, but Tormented, it wasn't declared beforehand. It's something that can be rolled next turn. Sarah's turn. The Elif is in play. So, so what's the roll again? Okay. What's the DC? Okay, this one fails. Okay. 16. So what's it say for Cujo? Okay. Okay. How much? How many rounds is it stun for? How many rounds is the other one stunned for? They're both stunned. Okay. I see. You rolled the second one. Okay, that one passed. What's this one get? You're gonna have to roll for your undead ravager and could you already? Okay. Okay, that one succeeds. That one loses. Yeah, there's still. Hold on. I'm trying to look something up on a sheet. But I hadn't completely filled out that sheet when I copied it. Doesn't matter. That one failed anyway. What about this one? Okay, how much did that one get? I believe that exceed. That gets. And finally, this one. This one is also affected. Okay. So what else is gonna happen? What? What? Okay, that one there. Yes, I should hit that. 3 wisdom damage. Okay. All right. Can I do anything else, or Sarah can do anything else? Okay. Alright. Okay, no, that's not on there. This one attacks Tormenta. Miss. This one can't move. This one attempts to attack that one. Ooh. That's a bad hit. That's 4 damage. The Ravager is stunned. And down to 7. This Ravager. Ravager takes a step there. That's cool. Are you okay? Okay. This one is now going to attempt to attack the Undead Ravager. Miss. This one attempts to attack the current one. Miss. One follows this one up to the wall and strikes out at it. Ooh, crit. 5 damage. Someone to hear just scream as one of the other Ravagers is hit by its fellow Ravager. This one goes after Yuki. $19. I don't think that hits, does it? Didn't think so. Oh, this one's already dead. Ravager quick. That one can't move at the moment. Oops. Those two hanging out on top of each other. Let's leave that one there for now. Okay, that one's down to 3. Okay, this one strikes out at Dagus. Miss. This one roars at the ones that aren't moving and starts heading back the other direction. This one can't move. This one can't move. Down to 5. This one strikes out at Yuki. Miss. And now it's for the possessed scout. Go for it, Sarah. Yeah, but remember it has bow and arrow. Which one is it shooting at? It's now way too close to be shooting at it. It's got a bow and arrow. This one right here. Miss. That one missed. Okay, this one attacks the one next to it. Ugh. So much of this. This one is still wide awake. And attacks the one next to it because that one's bleeding. Well, actually, Cujo's bleeding. Wait a minute, no. It attacks Cujo. Cujo is also bleeding, so it would attack prioritize Cujo. Miss. Okay, Ravager Scout. Strength to break out of web, isn't it? Is he 20 for strength? Joy. Nope, it's still trapped. I can't tell how much HP. Oh, it's a 7. Okay. That gets me down to 6. Okay, that one. That gets down to a 4. This one over here is saying that it can't get to the bleeding one there. Sniffs out Yuki and attempts to attack her. Miss. This one over here moves up towards Sarah. Miss. This one's dead. Okay, that one's there. Bannock. Nice. Nice. This is an ally. This is an this is an ally. This is an ally. Nothing else around there counts as an ally. Which one? There's several with red dots. Which one? Got it? Okay, it's dead. Its body falls right off the edge of the cliff and smashes into the water far below. Dirk. Okay. Okay. Hit. Miss. Not a confirm. Okay, 3 hits. Another 3 hits. It's really looking like a pincushion now. Okay. Nope. It's bleeding. It's bleeding pretty bad. Undead Ravager. What are you doing? What is it attacking though? I can't tell. Yep. So what are you attacking? Okay. Miss. Hit. Okay. Badger can't move yet. Oh, shit, I already did that one. Duh. This one strikes out again. It's the one in front of it. Miss. Scout. Okay, that one's good. 6. And now it's Dagger's turn. Hit. Nice. What are you hitting with anyway? Cool. Anything else? Okay. Now the brute is going to strike back at him. Miss. Yuki! Yep, your turn. Nope, they're all in peak health. Alrighty. Miss. Hit. Badly hurt. That's a piercing scream. Is there anything else Yuki can do? Alrighty. End of turn. Anciano. So end of Anciano's turn. Cujo. Yep, but it's jagged. It's not easy to walk on unless you're, born in these caves. Okay. You're gonna have to do a balance check once you get up there, unless you're planning on clinging with both hands. Woohoo! Nope. You a balance check of 14 on a very uneven walk wall like that. Nope, you're not balanced. You're gonna have to cling to it with all of your limbs in order to keep from falling. Koala styles. Or maybe sloth styles, better ways. No, sloths are upside down. But still. I think it's going to be the end of your turn, considering you're echoing. Okay. That's how you just ran your balance check for this turn. The 14. Yeah, and now you're clean. Now you're essentially prone on it because it's the only way you're going to keep from falling off. And okay, but you might fall off if you roll a 1d2. Yay! You fell off back onto the wall here. You're essentially just prone for the rest of this turn. You did not fall off the 80 feet the 80 feet down. All right, Undead Ravager. This one here. Okay. Okay, miss, hit. Yep. Anything else? Alrighty. Okay, this Ravager over here attempts to strike this Ravager. Miss. This Ravager over here can't do anything yet. This Ravager over here finishes eating the body that it was on top of and attempts to strike out at Dagoth. Complete miss. Tormenta. That one's the red dots means they're injured. It's clear that the smaller Ravagers are attracted to anything that's in the middle of bleeding, including others of their kind. They're cannibals, basically. So the red dots are basically they attack the nearest thing that's hurt. So anything with a red dot is indicating that it's hurt and it's easy to save. Yeah, that's one of the undead, which is why it's tinted black. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, she just did. That makes sense. Yeah, it's not undead, but it's under her control. She assisted it. Yeah, it's basically two of them are undead. One of them is simply under her control. You have no way of knowing that the one under her control is under her control, though. Yep. It's not necessarily noticeable by a Tormentor, or he might not know what it is. He would just know that it's not one of the undead. Okay, roll one at a time and tell me which one you want to hit what. That'll help me figure out. Um, Sarah was talking to it. It appears to speak Draconic, with some sort of odd dialect. It doesn't. Yes, you would have seen it toss a rush netted. It buzzed off the head. It has not attacked you. It keeps eating the dead. So okay, exactly. Okay, 28 fighters. Hey, Sarah, would that affect the cyst? Okay, then the cyst is still there, which means it's still in your control. Which one's next? Okay. It looks like it's almost dead. Give me the first initial hits first, and then we can discuss with Cujo what the additional damage is. But I just want to know the flat damage first. Okay. The fifth one. This one here. Okay. All right. Now, how does the damage system work? Ah, damn it, my pictures fell down. Hold on. Damn it. I'll get it tomorrow. I had I hung up my picture frame today on the wall, and it fell down. I was using a sticky backing thing. So yeah. Okay. Hold on. All right. This one. How much does this one take? Let's see. I think. Yeah, I know. I just had it. I when I had it in segments, it was pretty much like that. And then there's kind of like more web between here and here, and probably web between here and here, but the rest of it burned away. There you go. Okay. Sarah, Xbox turn off. Yes. Sorry. When I was over there fixing my picture frame, I bumped into my Xbox. Yeah, that. What else are you gonna do? Which one are you attacking? Okay. Because you said next to, which would have been the one that you just told everybody was off limits. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Fail. Yep. Yeah, well, it was on one hit point anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure what. I'm also trying to think if fear would actually work. These things don't seem to have. Hmm. Actually, never mind. That's an assassin. That's never mind. Ravager. I keep hearing echoes. Can somebody? This one jumps down off the wall to eat the body that was just created. Oh, it's down there. That's why I can't see it. This one still can't move. This one attacks it. Misses. Okay. This one attacks the other one. Miss. This one attempts to jump on the body that was created there, but it triggers the icicle trap. How much damage does that do? Does it also affect Sanok and such? Yep. Okay. This one moves up to attack Yuki. 25. The brute. The brutes have a plus 10. Yep, they do. That's part of the point. 9, 9 damage. Okay. She wants to make them her friends. Okay. And we can stop at that point because this is a really long battle. Yeah, some of them are grouped or bunched up, killing each other instead of attacking you. Another. Yeah, but you sent him away, so. I mean, one of the things I actually, planned this. I had more enemies, but when Tifa wasn't there, I kind of cut the number down. Most of them were the little Ravagers that would die in 20 hit points, and therefore one massive area spell would have wiped the whole out of 20 of them at a time. So, but the other brute is now attacking Dagos. 26. I don't think that hits Dagos, does it? Sarah? Sarah! 26 is still not enough to hit Dagos, right? Or a net 20. Okay, this guy is moving. Okay, this one is still stuck over there. Stupid thing. Okay, this one is down to 4. This one attempts to attack Yuki. Miss. And it's the possessed scout's turn. What are you trying to do with it? The one that's sitting over here? Seems to be making a bunch of grunting noises. Perhaps it doesn't quite get your meaning. While it does appear to speak Draconic, it doesn't appear to know all the words of Draconic. It's more like, some sort of, what do you call it, a backwoods English, where, a lot of words are missing, and they try to get their in concepts because they don't have really much touch with the rest of the speaking world. So it doesn't appear to know the word like brother or friend. It appears to have no meaning for it. They do appear to be grunting or squabbling at each other, but other than that, you really can't make out the gist of what they're trying to tell each other. Okay, that one misses. That one's trying to strike at it. That one. Miss. Okay, it's time to roll 1d20 again. Still trapped in the web. That's trapped. That one's the kitten. This one attempts to attack the hurt one. Miss. Yeah, I'm rolling lots and lots and lots. Oops, hold on. Okay, that's the dead one. Phoenix, turn. Yep, it jumped. It jumped on the dead. It's still alive. It just has icicles in it now. Okay. Cool. That's what I was just thinking. I was like, how the fuck did you get a 0 when you're hitting? Reroll. Yep. And it has become bloody chunks. You not only hit it and killed it, you turned it into bloody chunks. Direct. You're firing at the brute that's bothering Daga. Okay. -9. It is very much poked through with holes. What are you aiming volley 2 at? Yes, you finally killed it. Okay. The one over here that's not hurt. Of course it is now. It took 2 hits. Yuki. Okay, Undead Ravager. It makes a squeaking noise and nearly bites the Undead Ravager's hand, but, doesn't draw blood or anything like that. Even if it was alive, it wouldn't draw blood. Okay. Okay, that one attacks that one again. Miss. Again. Dagger. Okay, hit. The body the body explodes into bloody chunks. Over by Yuki. And it is now Yuki's turn. Both of them have, but one of them looks like it's on its last legs, and the other one looks like it's in pretty good shape. You're going after the one that looks like it's on its last legs, correct? Then yes, and it also explodes into bloody chunks that rain about everywhere. All right, the brute. Miss. The brute has higher armor, much higher armor class than the others. Any more AC? I mean, any more attacks? That's what I meant to say. Alrighty. And Sienna, I believe the grease trap now goes away. And now we have Cujo. Yay! There's a web. There's a web in the way. The web is part. Yeah, the web is on the wall. Okay. You scramble up the wall. You're standing in front of the owl. It's not gonna work right. Yeah, but it's icky. It's cold. But but it wants to touch you, Cujo. It wants to touch you. Cujo has fallen off again. Roll 1d2. You tumble off on top of on top of Sarah's undead uh, friend over here. Oh, and you also provoke an attack of opportunity from this guy over here. The one that's not frozen in place. This guy over here, because you're now. I'm looking at it as you fell onto the you fell off something onto the ground and into a square nearby. Attacks of opportunity always the rule always just seems weird. So waiting for the undead then. Yeah, they have bad. They have terrible effects. I think Cujo has landed on it. It is now flat to the ground. Cujo on top, both prone. It's all Cujo's. It's all Cujo's fault. No, it was very sudden. He just had a fall. He was falling 80 feet into the pit. But since he fell back onto the thing, it's like 8 feet. Besides, the undead was there to catch it with him with its body. So. Why do you want to fall into the chasm? That should be easy. Yeah. Yay, Cujo gets thrown off. Okay, so you throw him off and get up. I think that pretty much covers what you can do. Okay, this Ravager goes over here to eat the dead body. What? Yeah, but the thing missed anyway, so we're good. Tor, it is now Tormento's time. I believe parts of the web are burning away again. Whoops, I think I accidentally deleted one of my characters. There we go. Okay. Uh, how 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 about after Sarah's turn we call it quits for the night since two people are falling asleep? But let's finish Tormento's turn, then Sarah's turn, then we can go to bed. All right. Okay. There's one guy. There's one guy there eating a dead body, and I hear squeaking again. It kind of it turns into disintegrates practically. And what was the next one? And that one practically disintegrates as well. All right. It's looking pretty bad. And this one? Okay, this one also disintegrates. And now we have Sarah. So we'll see how it's gonna do. Okay. Sarah gonna do anything else? Or what? The one almost in front of her. Yeah, that one's pretty close. Hold on 1 second. Yes. That one takes 14 damage. Okay. It looks like it's on it's very, very close to death. Alrighty. And I'm thinking that's going to be it for tonight. Stream's continuing to go. 17 hours and counting. See if we can get up any more, but for now, the particular adventure is over.